Hello, chat. Hello, hello. I am here. I am so sorry for the long lead up here. I'll be with you in literally 2 moments. All right, chats. We're here. We're here. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if you've been here the whole 30 minutes. I really do apologize. I did not mean to take that long there getting set up. So I do apologize. Welcome indeed. I hope we're all doing well today. Welcome. Why am I so dark? What is going on? Oh no. Now I'm very bright. Right, okay. Okay, we got there in the end. Yeah, I was using this camera for a job the other day. And since when I plugged it back in, I completely forgot to reset the exposure settings. Right, okay guys, welcome. Welcome, I hope we're all doing well today. Thank you very much for voting in that little last minute poll if you guys did. For those of you who voted for the Ryanair Dreamliner livery, I do apologise. But it seems Fuzzair has beaten you out. Yeah, I know there was a lot of people asking for the Fuzzair livery for the PMDG. They wanted Fuzzair to take delivery of some Boeing aircraft. And that's what we've done. We've got a beautiful 737-800 delivered just today. And yeah, it's looking really, really nice. Looking forward to sharing it with you. And the reason why the lead up to the stream took so long there, chat, was oh god. I was uploading it to flightsim.to. That's why. And I've just noticed it's not actually worked correctly. There we go. For some reason, I'm sure there wasn't a title field when I filled it all out, but anyway, there we go. Right, cool. Yeah, so I was uploading the new aircraft up to flightsim.to. So it's on there now. It's also linked on the Fuzzair homepage on New Sky. So if you guys want to grab it, you're more than welcome. We've also added the PMDG 737-800 to our fleet on New Sky. So very, 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 very good. Very, very good. And yeah, it was delivered today by none other than, I'm still not sure if I'm saying this correctly, but it's Anarud on flightsim.to. You've probably seen they have made tons and tons of liveries for the PMDG 737, and they kindly created this one for us. It's obviously just based on our normal livery, and slightly adapted for the 737. And I think it's looking really, really nice. We've got the split scimitar winglets, and yeah, looks absolutely amazing with those winglets on it. And yeah, so pretty happy to have received that today. So thank you very much. Goes out to Anarud for doing that. Much appreciated, and it's very, very beautiful. It's very, very beautiful indeed. And today the plan is, well, originally the plan was we were going to fly Ryanair from Toulouse to Lisbon, which is a real-world route that Ryanair fly. And we were going to actually fly in the Dreamliner livery that Ryanair had done for their, I think it was their 100th 737 or something like that. Yeah, it's a very, very cool livery, very, very unique, and yeah, I absolutely love it, and I was looking forward to doing that, but I just received this through this afternoon, so I really, I kind of had those, I kind of, you guys know I love New Sky, and I kind of wanted to fly New Sky, but obviously we didn't have the Fuzzair available to us, so when this came through, this kind of opened up my options a little bit, and it kind of made me feel like, okay, maybe we should do that then. So yeah, glad you guys voted for that, to be honest with you. I mean, I would have been happy either way. It's just a pain at the end of the day. We're still doing the same routing, so it's going to be Toulouse, which is actually one of Fuzzair's hubs, flying over to Lisbon. So it should be pretty nice. It's a decent, it's a short haul flight, but decent enough length. Some absolutely stunning scenery on departure, flying up over the south of France. So really looking forward to that. And yeah, it should be really, really nice. Yeah, absolutely lovely stuff. And I am just wondering, was there something else that I wanted to say here? I think there may have been, but I cannot seem to remember what it was. Ah, right. Another nice little tidbit of information you guys might be interested in, that I will just put out here right at the start because we're all here and we're all ready to go in the chat. I have actually been speaking with, and this will probably be of particular interest to those of you who are looking forwards to the update for it's gone from my mind. The update for Gothenburg in Sweden. Gothenburg Airport by Marcus Nyberg. I've actually been speaking with him today, and he very kindly offered to potentially, if it is at all possible, maybe he'll send us a pre-release copy of that to share with you guys before it actually releases. It is in a beta stage at the moment, but yeah, that should be really, really cool. Hoping in the next few days, maybe. So the next stream you see from myself may well be a Gothenburg pre-release stream for the update, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing because, I mean, I don't know if you guys seen the previews. It's got some really, really cool stuff that he's done with it. It's not like a huge overhaul like Dublin V2, for example, but it's got some really, really cool little updates. A lot of stuff that people were waiting for and for asking for, like the jetways and the new terminal area, but also some cool stuff like Marcus has managed to work out how to make sort of dynamic, at least I think it's dynamic, sort of piles of snow that pile up at the side of the runway, which is I've not seen in any scenery so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing how well that works. So that could be coming. Stay tuned to the channel for that. I realise I don't have any particular schedule for the stream this week. To be quite honest with you, chat, I will just put this out there. I've been working a lot recently, and I've been doing a lot of work for the channel in terms of video content. Obviously, we released the Dublin video, which was a massive amount of effort put in a short period of time, and obviously for the stream as well. So yeah, my schedule at the moment is just absolutely chocker, and it's just super busy, and I've got so much going on. I'm starting to feel the effects of that a little bit, and feeling a little bit burnt out from time to time. And I mean, I had just this week gone. I've been down to Cambridge, and then over to the other side of London to a place called Beaconsfield and back. I had a shoot, quite a high pressure shoot for one of the main TV channels in the country. So yeah, a lot of pressure and a lot of traveling and a lot of work recently has just sort of made me feel a little bit burning outy. So that's why I don't really have a schedule this week. But I'm hoping maybe we'll do a stream on Monday, and next week I may do a little bit less streaming, just because of that fact, just to give me a bit more space and time to just not do anything basically. So yeah, that's where I'm at. But it's only a temporary thing. It just needs a bit of recovery, and we'll be back to normal in no time. But yeah, like I say, I'm hoping to get another one in for the pre-release for Gothenburg. So we'll definitely stream that as soon as that comes in. So hopefully that'll be, well, it depends. It's not a confirmed thing yet, but maybe sometime early next week. So yeah, that's where I'm at, in case you guys were wondering. And yeah, I think that's about everything. So let's see who we've got in the chat then. So we've got Favnik. Welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Glad we managed to fix your issues today, even though I'm still not sure what it was. Aviator 04, welcome to the chat. 737 release for Fuzz. Indeed, literally just now. Patrick, welcome to the chat. Welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Roy, welcome indeed. Good to see you as ever, Roy. So I can fly the real world route from EHBK to LPPT. Where is EHBK, Roy? I'm not sure where that one is. But welcome. Stephen, welcome to the chat. Quizzy, welcome indeed. Bruce Dickinson's here. Love to see it. Welcome indeed, dude. Hope you're doing well. Need to move my phone away from myself. I can hear it making the beep 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 in my ear, and it's not good. Does a 737 have SimBrief integration? Asks Aviator 04. It does not, as you know it through some other aircraft like the Fenix and the fly-by-wire. You can use the SimBrief downloader to sort of bridge the gap, but there isn't any direct integration, if you like, really. Momo, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. My PC this morning was turning on, but my GPU and, of course, screen stayed off. Any suggestions? Maybe look at reseating your GPU, potentially. Make sure it's plugged in properly. Maybe try using your internal graphics card and see if the screens will come on with that, if you've got one, or a different graphics card if you've got one. I know that's out of reach of most people. Yeah, those are the first things I would try. just to see if you can actually verify whether it is 100% your GPU or whether it's something else. Yeah, that's what I would suggest. Try reseating your GPU. Try reseating, reseat your GPU, and try another way to output two displays if possible. Matrasso, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Favnik says, will I be on multiplayer? No, we're going to be on VATSIM today, Favnik. You're running the stream at, I hope that's supposed to say 1440p, not 144p. But great. Yeah, that's how I like people to enjoy the stream. It looks so good in 1440p. Absolutely love watching streams in higher than 1080. Definitely. Especially with the codec on YouTube. It's just super clean looking. Let's see. Roy's ordered the Ryzen 7 7800X3D. Crikey, Roy. I'm so jealous of all the upgrades you do to your PC. Crikey, yeah, that should be pretty sound upgrade for Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think. Very nice, dude. Very nice. Yeah, I think I would absolutely love that CPU personally. I think, to be honest with you, I mean, even though I've upgraded my CPU recently to 5800X3D, I still think the 3080 would still be a good pairing in Microsoft Flight Simulator, at least, with that one as well. I think, from what I've read anyway. So, yeah, jealous, very jealous. Matt Rasso is currently in the waiting list for my lesson to become an ATC on VATSIM. Hope 2 people will not take part to it, so I'll be able to join. Well, yeah, I hope the waiting list. I hope you're not on the waiting list too long. But yeah, good luck, dude. Good luck. Yeah, that'd be cool, mate. That'd be cool. Let's see. The VATSIM controllers have to stick to the country where they're from. I don't know about that one, actually. I would wonder the same. Perhaps Mariner can tell us if he joins the chat at some point. He's controlled on VATSIM, but I don't think you necessarily have to stick to the controller, the country that you're from, but that's what a lot of people do. Purely because of the language barrier. You know, it sometimes helps. I mean, I know English is a language of aviation, but if you sort of used to the accents and the way people in your native country speak, it's going to make it a bit easier for you, isn't it? But I do think there is a certain requirement to be trained at certain regions or certain airports or something like that. All right. Yeah, didn't have any problems setting up. No, Aviator. It was just me trying to get the thing on FS.to. Andy, welcome to the chat to do an Asda run for beers. Yeah, I'm absolutely hankering for a beer right now, Andy. I have to say. It's super nice weather today. I don't know if it is where you are, but it's just beer garden weather, to be quite honest with you. About half an hour before the stream, I was like, should I just go to the beer garden? But no, I'm too dedicated to you guys. No. I'm not going to go to the beer garden on my own. So yeah, I've got the wife bringing me some beers though. Love to see it. She's been at work, so I've not just forced her to go out. She's getting it on her way home, by the way. I'm not just being like, oi, love, I'm streaming. Go get me a 4-pack. Maybe should start it at Renton. Yeah, to be honest with you, when I initially had the idea to do the 737 for Fuzz Air, that was my thought that we should do a flight like that, because I haven't checked out that scenery yet for Renton, which looks absolutely fantastic, but because it was all a bit last minute today, I just thought, okay, we'll just try tie it in with what we usually do. Dave, Quizzy is flying to Vilnius with Fuzz Air. Very good, dude. Well, I wish you happy landings. I hope you get a perfect 10. Dave, welcome to the chat. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Yes, Aviator 04, the update for Gothenburg is going to be free. Mikkel, welcome to the chat. Do I know where my member on your Discord server? What do you mean? Are you a member or do I see you as a member? Whereabouts? What do you mean on that one? Frederick, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Unfortunately, no route command though, Raven. Raven, I do wish we had that route command, but there isn't any chatbot for YouTube for things like that, unfortunately. SimToolkitPro said quite a long time ago they were going to add a YouTube bot, but it's not surfaced, unfortunately. So, yeah, maybe in the future. PS, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. What's the approach? It's just the approach into Lisbon. It's just a beautiful approach. It's just super, super nice. I mean, you know, they only have ILS and ANAV approaches in Lisbon, but it's just such a wonderful approach. It's so, so scenic. Ah, Maastricht, yes. Apologies, Roy. Yeah, I keep forgetting that every time you mention that to me. yeah, that's it. I will remember that ICAO code one day. Very nice, dude. Very nice. Darren, welcome to the chat. Got a 10 score on New Sky after last week's shambles. Very good, Darren. Nicely done, my friend. See, I told you guys you would start getting 10s. You know, after you sort of learn the boundaries and what it looks for, you'll be smashing out the 10s. Easy game. Easy game. Frederick, welcome to the chat. Do I use Thrustmaster's flight stick and throttle? My hardware is in the description of the video, but I'm basically using a VKB Gladiator Next flight stick and the Thrustmaster TCA quadrant and add-ons for the throttle. Dean, welcome to the chat. Am I most looking forward to the ATR or the A380X? I'm looking forward to both, to be honest with you. Yeah, very much so, yeah. I don't think I'd prefer one over the other. Probably the A380 more than the ATR, but I'm still looking forward to the ATR a lot because it'll open up a lot of cool routes for us. Raven's joining us. Very good. Very good. Look forward to seeing you and hearing you on the radio waves very shortly. I still haven't got a flight plan or anything. So I still need to do that. Tama and Andrew, thank you very much for the subscriptions. Welcome indeed to the channel. Sounds like a good one. Aye, she is, yeah. Indeed, indeed, indeed. What stand am I? I'm at stand Echo 50, Raven. Just in front of the Toulouse sign. Right, guys, I'm going to... Sorry if I've skipped any messages there. If you've got any questions, feel free to ask them again. But I feel like I've covered the majority of the chat there. Let's get rocking and rolling, shall we? First of all, we'll just have a quick look at the new livery that we've got for Fuzz Air. As you can see, we're here at Toulouse, just parked up on the stands. And here she is. Here she is. So what we had to do is, well, I say we... It was mostly Anna that sort of came up with this solution. Basically, the Fuzz Air logo, because of the way the paint kit's made on the PMDG, we couldn't quite have it as in the same sort of place where we have it on the A320s. So on the A320s, it's kind of lined up with the bottom of the door there. We tried to have it higher up, but because of the way the paint kit works, it sort of got a bit compressed and stretched, and it looked a bit weird. So we had to sort of drop it down to make it nice and big like this. Which I think looks really nice, actually. I think, in a way, what it does is, because obviously the 737 is much lower to the ground than the A320. It kind of follows that sort of I don't know. It just, because it's lower down, it just kind of accentuates the lowness of the 737, if you like. Whether that's a good thing or not, I suppose, is debatable, but it sort of just kind of fits in with that aesthetic, if you like. So I'm quite happy with that. We've got, I couldn't think of a catchy name for this one, so we just put love to see it. Because that's what I'm always saying. And yeah, I think that works quite nicely. We've got the split scimitars, and absolutely love what Anode came up with this. So we've got the blue on the top and the green on the bottom. That looks absolutely fantastic, if I do say so myself. Very, very pleased with that. And registration Golf Foxtrot Zulu Bravo Alpha. And yeah, I mean, that's really about it. The rest of it you have seen before. So yeah, pretty pleased with it. Oh, I tell you what I haven't done though, chat, is I haven't updated the model matching file, which I'm going to do now. So let me just quickly do that, because if any of you guys are flying this aircraft today, I want to be able to see it. So take a bear with me. Copy the title. And but yeah, guys, what do you think? What do you think? I'm very pleased. Very pleased. No interior, though. No interior, but I just didn't have time, to be honest with you. I might have a go at the interior later on, but I just don't have time at the moment. Right, so here's the here is the VMR. Let's just update it. This is the exact file that you guys will download, actually. So I'll just go ahead and just slot that in there. It's going to be a Boeing 738, type code FUZ, callsign prefix FUZ. Sorry, that's saved. Love to see it. Right, good stuff. So that's that done. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad you guys like it. Nice touch with the split scimitar. That wasn't my idea. Anna just did that. I didn't even, to be honest, I didn't even really consider that, because I completely forgot at the time that I asked him to do it that was actually an option. And he did that, and I thought that looks absolutely fantastic, to be honest. I love it. Right, VMR's updated now, so if you are flying on VATSIM with Fuzz Air, or you're flying along with me, then the updated VMR is now available to download on New Sky. What I do need to do, though, is just make sure that it's linked up properly to my vPilot. Cool. Right, that's done. Okay, guys. So that is Fuzz Air 737. I hope you guys like it. I hope people that were asking for this are satisfied. I'm very satisfied. Very pleased. Very pleased. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Right, so let's get set up for this this flight today then, shall we? So, have been having... Oh, I tell you what, I've completely forgotten to do, chat, and I do apologise for this. I've completely forgotten to update my GSX. There was something funky going on earlier with regards to the pushback. So, let me just operate the jetway. I'm just going to have a look, see if the tug actually spawns, because earlier on it wasn't working properly for me because of some changes that I've made in the config files, and I needed to do the update in order to fix that, and it seems like it's not spawned, so we'll have to use the PMDG pushback today, but That is fine. No worries. Look how long that jetway is. That's a long jetway. It's pretty skinny as well, isn't it? Right. Anyways, chat, let's get set up for the flight then. So we're going to jump over to the fuzz pad. Am I on VATSIM yet? No, not yet. I'm just about to make my flight plan and do that. So let's do this on New Sky. It's going to be fuzz. Which way are we going? We're going west, so that's going to be an odd number. So it's going to be fuzz 3. Let's go 3, 1, 7. We're going to go LFBO to LPPT. Lisbon Umberto Delgado. We're going in a 738. Departure time, UTC, is going to be 20 past. That's probably not enough time, is it? Let's face it. We'll go for 17:45. And we'll book that. That's booked. We've got I've made a custom profile on SimBrief as well. So we'll generate the OFP through here. We'll let it do its thing. That should pop up. There we go. So that's the SimBrief downloader there for someone who was asking earlier on about the SimBrief integration for the PMDG. So that's basically downloaded the flight plan and put it in a folder. Now the PMDG can access it. So that's that. And we've got 162 passengers. Not very full. Nearly full, but I mean, come on now. Gib. So that's that. Lovely stuff. Right, cool. And then, one thing I have forgotten to do on the SimBrief profile is... I'm just going to update this real quick because... so that you guys can get the fullest out of the profiles available here. So, it's just a remarks section, really. I'll just copy that. Stick that in there. Cool. Right, so we'll pre-file it on VATSIM. Right, there we go. Filed. Let's connect. Love to see it. Right, and then we'll start flight. That's fine. Coolio. So let's have a look at the OFP first of all, shall we? Hacker fuzzy. Yeah, I've messed around with a few things in GSX and it's not liked it. Well, I mean it worked okay for the Airbus, but doesn't like it for the Boeings for some reason. So, yeah, my bad. Right. Anyways, so let's have a quick look through the OFP as we normally do. So today we're going to be Fuzz Air 317. We're going from Toulouse, Bleriot. Terrible French pronunciation there. I'm just going to say Blagnac because that is the English way to say it, isn't it? We're going to Humberto Delgado. That's the English way to say that as well. We're in 738. Golf Foxtrot Zulu Bravo Alpha is the registration as we've just discussed. And the call sign is going to be Fuzzy 317. We're going off blocks is expected at 17:45 Zulu, so in 45 minutes time. And expected on blocks time 20:06. Custonex 26 and ground distance 744 miles. Takeoff weight's going to be expected at 65.9 tons. And our alternate is Lesel. That's Seville, maybe. Cruising flight level 370. And we've got a trip time hour and 53 minutes. If we need to divert, 43 minutes. And then a block fuel. We'll go for 8.5 tons for today. Routing, expecting 32 left here at Toulouse. And no no actual SID on the flight plan here. For some reason, SimBrief suggested this route to me. I did a test sector earlier on, actually, and it suggested this routing, direct Pumal, which is an interesting one, to be honest with you, because, well, it is just interesting. It's very rare that out of a major airport like this you would get, you wouldn't have a SID, but this route was taken directly from Eurocontrol, apparently, so I'll take it. That'll just be a left turn on takeoff, basically. And then we're expecting the Exona 9 Alpha into Lisbon, runway 02, unfortunately. So, well, Lisbon, both the approaches are really, really nice. The south southerly approach is a little bit nicer than 02, I do have to say, but I'll take it. So, expecting Exona 9 Alpha on 02 with 162 passengers on board, 2.3 tons of cargo. And then looking at the weather looks pretty good, really. We've got 10 knots wind here at Toulouse, coming from the north-west, and varying between the well, around the north essentially, and nice toasty 19 degrees here in Toulouse. And oh my days, I'm so jealous of my brother who lives in Lisbon. 25 degrees, crikey. So weather's very nice in Lisbon, and it is Seville. Weather also very nice there as well. Cool. So looking at the chart, we're going to take a southerly course initially over to Barcelona, and then a southwesterly over to Lisbon, and then a right turn on to the runway 02 there. Facing to the north, significant weather charts, nothing really on there. We've got a tropopause high just at the north tip of Spain there, 400, flight level 400. And that's about it. Looking at the wind, we're going to have more or less a headwinds majorly for the most of the trip today. Slight headwind after takeoff, as tailwind after takeoff, but that is about that. And oh, actually, the average wind component is a slight tailwind, 2 knots. Nothing really too much to write home about there, though. Cool. Right, so that's the OFP. Let's get rocking and rolling then, shall we? Nice name for the 737 could be Joe Fuzzer. Joe Sutter, who was who first was at the 737 program but went for designing the 74. Oh, no way. That would have been amazing, Roy. I might even get it changed to that, to be honest with you. Or I might ask him to do another one, actually. Right. Paul, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Does somebody know how I get that grainy and too sharp look of things in the distance fix? Which setting affects that? Difficult to say exactly what you're referring to there without seeing a picture, to be honest. If anything, I think things look a bit soft to me in the distance and a bit too blurry. Don't generally find it looks too sharp in the distance. Favnik bought the TCA add-on yesterday. Very good. Very, very nice. Yeah, really, really love that. Really, to be honest, that was one of my favourite pieces that I bought of gear. Am I planning to introduce a 900 ER? I've not got any plans to do that at the moment, mainly because I don't have it myself, Roy. But no reason potentially not to. But I'll add it to the list. Adam says, have I planned adding in scheduled routes for Fuzz Air? It is something I'm thinking about, but as I mentioned earlier on, I've got so much on at the moment, I've just not had any chance to do it yet. But it is something we're going to be looking at doing in the very near future, definitely. Do I like the add-on? I do, Favnik. Yeah, like I say, it's probably one of my favourite pieces of hardware I bought, to be honest. Spectacular flying. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Blue, beautiful livery. Thank you very much, dude. Thank you indeed. Yep, just had this delivered today from Boeing, or aka Anarud. Scorgasmic, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Just took off from Manchester at Skyways 732. Oh, you're going to Lisbon as well. Oh, very, very nice. Maybe we'll catch you on the way then. If you've just taken off from Manchester, you might be sort of... You might come in just behind us, I guess, probably. That's cool. Splatty, welcome to the chats. Right, guys, so let's get rocking and rolling, shall we? So we'll jump inside. And obviously we've got the Jetstream design scenery here for Toulouse, which is just looking absolutely fantastic. Absolutely very, very nice. I am on VATSIM now, though, Raven. I'm on VATSIM. Do not see anyone here. I feel very lonely. Got the Airbus factory over there in the background, which looks very, very cool, doesn't it? Very, very cool. Right. Let's get in then. So, welcome on board, chat. I have fully gone through all of the equipment options as well for the 737, and I have customized it. You guys know I always talk about how much I like this MCP, and I know it's old school, but that's the one we've got in this aircraft. That being said, we do have some other modern options in here, like, for example, we've got the heads-up guidance system, even though that's only really visible on the captain's side, and I don't really sit there, but we've got the heads-up guidance system. We've got the new engine start switches, just so we can kind of pretend we're in a Dreamliner a little bit. We've got the MMRs, and we've got, well, the other stuff that most airlines have these days, that you would expect, really. We've got the new pressurization panel. That's about it. That's obvious. Anyways, let's get rocking. So, batteries, external power, emergency exit lights on. Let's get rocking, shall we? IRS to nav. Lovely stuff. That's all good. Shall I do some tests? That's good. Flight recorder, all good to go there. Mach airspeed warning test. All good there. We can't do the stall warning test just yet because we need to wait for, I think it's a couple of minutes after the aircraft becomes powered until you can do that. Your damper can come on. Get the fuel pumps on as well. Everything else looks hunky-dory up here. And here, seatbelt signs can be off for now. We'll get the window heat on. And the hydraulics, just for the captain to do the walk around. Everything else looks okay. I'm going to put the temperatures a little bit on the cooler side today because it is quite warm. Right, everything looks good. Cruising altitude today is going to be 370, so we'll set that. And the altitude here at Toulouse is, I think, 500 feet actually. So let's see, it is indeed 499 to be precise. So that all looks good. Great stuff. Okay, so some tests that I missed. Oh, we've also got auto probe heat as well, which you love to see. Pretty much no aircraft have that, to be honest with you. So, looking forward to giving that a go. We can test the cockpit voice recorder. That's all good. I think that is the only test that I missed there. Voice recorder is in auto. Cool. Okie dokes. Coming further down then. Everything's looking good here. Just checking the clock. Make sure everything is nicely synced up. I usually, as you guys know, like to sync up the minutes with the real world, so that's fine there. Cool. Everything else just looks good. What we'll also do, we'll just go FMC and we'll just set the IRS position to get that all rolling as well. Cool. Right, we'll get the flight directors on. Initial climb is going to be, I believe, 7,000 at Toulouse, which we'll just set now. Everything else will leave as it is. And we'll go to, in fact, yeah, it does work. Terrain, traffic, and data. And then on this side, we'll go like this. Traffic, terrain, and airports. That looks good. Fantastic. So coming further down, we'll reset the fuel flow here. We'll test the lights. So many shiny lights. Very, very cool. That's good. Test here and test here. All looks good there. And over this side. Fantastic. Auto brakes can go to RTO. No, they can't. Let me just start SPAD next. I could have sworn I started that earlier on. Right, there we go. Beautiful. Isn't it Flightbeam? It's well, it's distributed. It's published by Flightbeam, but it's the actual developer is Jetstream Designs. Oh, you're at the opposite parking, Raven. Are you on the Airbus side? It's okay. I'm sure we'll bump into each other on the runway. Well, hopefully not bump into each other on the runway, but I'm sure we'll see each other further on the way. Right, we'll test the GPS. GPWS.
Glide slope. Pull up. Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Love to see it. Request refueling and the catering whilst we're waiting here. Right, that's lovely stuff. Okay, so coming further down, we shall set the parking brake. Got this nice chunky parking brake here. There we go. Love to see it. Very, very nice. And we'll test the squibs there. They're looking good. And over here. Oh, oh, oh. Don't touch the handles. Beautiful. And the cargo overheats. Our cargo fire. All looking good there. Cool. Right. Further down. I'm just going to switch this over to this side. And we'll tune 1, 2, 2, 8. The Unicorn. And everything else is good to go. Cool. Fantastic. So that's that done. Fueler is here already. Love to see it. We've got an easy jet.
Radio check for 5195.
5 by 5. I didn't fully catch what you said there. I don't know who that was. But I hear you. I hear you. Right, so the fuel is here. We were going to go for, what was it, 8.5. We'll get that in. And then for the payload, we'll do that whilst we're here. So we've got 162 passengers today. And 2.3 tons of cargo. So we'll put 1,700 aft and 600 forwards. Sorry, I did my maths wrong there, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. 0 fuel weight 58.5. Which is actually incorrect. I think I need to tweak my SimBrief profile a little bit, but I'll have to do that after the stream. So that's fine. No worries. Fuel's going in. It's all happening. I've never noticed how long these little extending platforms are for the catering before with the 737. Anyways, carrying on. So we're going from LFBO. We're at gate feel like all airports need to have the gate number sign right here. I wonder how many pilots do that on a daily basis. They look up and they try and find the gate number and it's not there. It's Echo 50 though, right? Yes, it is. It is on there on the jetway there, but hey ho. So Echo 50, not that we really need that information, but let's stick it in there anyway. Routing is going to take us from Toulouse to Lisbon. And we shall request our flight plan info. That's the one. We'll select that and bring it in. Painted on the ground? I think it is, yeah, but that's behind the aircraft. You can't see that from the gate, can you? Over here. Fuel's still going in. Very good. Very nice. Okay, route uplink ready. Let's load that. Oh, we need our nav lights on, don't we? I bet. Oh, no, we've already got them on. I was going to say New Sky is going to be docking me points for that. Right, there we go. So, we're going to be fuzz 317, and we're going from 32 left. We could go from 32 right, I suppose. That would probably be easier, but I quite like the taxi to 32 left, to be quite honest with you, because it takes you right up near the Airbus facility, and that's just nice. So I'll activate and execute. We'll just have a quick look at everything. So we've got Pumal to Barcelona, CCS and Exona. That's all looking good. Fantastic. So we'll do our departures. 32 left. We've got no SID, so we'll just do it as that. And then for our arrival, we're going to go ILS 02. And that is going to be... Are we going to use PESX? I'm not sure. Let's just have a quick check here. PESX. PESX we shall use. And then we're going to go the Exona 9 Alpha. That's executed. Lovely. Cool. So, costing next is going to be 26. Reserve fuel. 2.9 tons. 0 fuel weights. 58.5. Got 8.6 tons on board. That's fine. Flight level for the cruise today. 370. Very close to the optimal, which is nice to see. And then we are going to be 331 at 47 for the cruise wind, and the temperature minus 62. Enable 280 knots at Exona. I think it always says this when we go into Lisbon. That's fine. Transition altitude 5,000 feet. I believe is actually correct for Toulouse. It is. That's good. We'll execute that. N1 limit. Still no performance calculator, but we'll go for a 24k and a 45 degree. D rates. Flaps 5 takeoff, and then like that. So 147 is the V2. We'll stick that in up here. Lovely stuff. We'll set up the MCP as well whilst we are here. So we're departing 32 left, which is 322 degrees for the heading. And oops, wrong way. And we're not actually flying a SID, so we are not going to put anything in the course. 7,000 feet. We'll arm LNAV. No, we won't. No, we won't arm LNAV actually, because we're going to be flying a heading on departure. So we'll go heading select. So that is also fine. Cool. So that's all set. I don't think we really need to do too much else. Yeah. Lovely stuff. Alternate. We've not stuck that in yet, have we? So alternate going to be Seville. That's about it. We've got the cruise wind in there. No climb winds though, or no descent winds. We'll stick the winds in as well because it is a relatively sizable routing. MPS, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Happy Easter weekend to you too. Welcome indeed. The first officer and captain, yeah, the whoever does the walk around can check, can't they? They can, yes. That's a very good point. That's a very good point, Roy. MPS, at the start of the stream, we had some very interesting news that I think you probably find quite interesting. Regarding the Gothenburg updates. Right, cool. So, that's that done. We haven't even boarded yet. Let's get the boarding underway, shall we? Cool. Now then, I've noticed with the heads-up guidance system, we have this little display on this side. I'm not actually sure what it does, to be quite honest with you. Never seen that one before. Okie dokie. So, pre-flight checklist. Oxygen tested 100%. Nav transfer and display switches normal and auto. Window heat is on. Pressurization mode selector is in auto. Flight instruments. Heading is 042. Altimeter is not set. Let's do that. 1015 is set and 494 feet, something like that. Engine start levers are in cut-off. Pre-flight check is complete. Alright, passengers are coming in. We won't get to see them though because we've got no glass on the jetway. I actually did a test sector earlier on where I did part of Ryanair from down here. And the GSX profile has it set up so the passengers walk down this walkway and then they come down the stairs and walk out to the aircraft. That looks super, super cool. What is that building over there? I've never noticed that one here before. Rather colourful piece. Oh, I've got more Airbus over there as well. Crikey. Never noticed that one before. Yeah, completely didn't notice that. I only really noticed this section over here. There's the delivery centre where we delivered our first aircraft from. Our first Airbus of Fuzz Air. Got belugas. Oh, is that someone on VATSIM there? On the British Airways? Very nice, very nice. Oh! A Fuzz Air down there! Love to see it. A32NX. Very nice indeed. And an EasyJet. There's actually a few people here. Love to see it. Very, very nice. We are in France, MPS, yes. Just getting boarded up. Yeah, I love those winglets. They look super nice, don't they, chat? Raven, that's you in the A32NX. Very good. So, if we got anyone else in the stream chat, then, who is here? Is any of you guys the British Airways or the EasyJets? Chopperman, welcome to the chat. Do I plan on upgrading to the 4000 series? Not in the near future, although I would like to, but it's just not... Yeah, it's not really something I can, to be quite honest, afford right now. I would love to. I really would, but... Yeah, just not at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I should have started boarding a bit earlier in this chat, to be quite honest with you, so I do apologise, but never mind. Never mind. Right, so we can do our departure briefing now, can't we?
Toulouse traffic, spot 1 out of 5 will be taking off 32 left 502.
Very good. Fellow colleague, Fuzzer colleague there. I assume that's you, Raven. Right, let's do a briefing then, shall we? Oof, loud. Airport ambience, please. So loud. Right. From a 3080 to a 4000 isn't really worth it. Yeah, see, the thing is, possibly not, but I think the frame generation is going to be huge, especially in the Fenix. But that being said, I don't know. I was thinking about this the other day, and actually, I was thinking, like, come on now, do I really have to buy a 4080 or a 4090 just to get over 40 FPS in the Fenix? I know 40 FPS is fine, but when you fly the PMDG, you know, you're getting nearly 60 FPS. I mean, I'm not right now, just on the ground, but I'm definitely getting average, probably over 50 FPS at the moment. Maybe not, but it's better than the Fenix, let's put it that way. And it just makes me yearn for more. Right. Anyways, same for me. Sim looks amazing. Love your videos. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy the content, Chopperman, and thank you so much. Adam was going to join as well, but don't have the Toulouse or Lisbon. Ah, that's a shame, dude. That is a shame. Toulouse definitely worth buying. I will recommend it over and over again. It's fantastic scenery. If you're worth thinking about getting a new scenery. Lisbon's also very good. Also very good. That being, and there is a lot of sales on at the moment, actually. Easter sales. So, yeah, something to consider. But no worries at all, dude. No worries at all. Right, let's do a briefing then. So, we're currently here at Toulouse, France. We'll first have a look at the taxi out. So, we're currently here at Echo 50. We're departing 3-2 left, so we'll push back Tango 5-1 facing to the southeast. And then we'll probably taxi Tango 50 and Papa 40, or just down Papa. Following it down. Following Papa down to November. We'll take a left turn onto November. November 2, Mike 2, crossing runway 32 right. And then we'll depart 32 left. So, we're not flying a SID today, we're just flying heading for takeoff. So we'll fly runway heading for just until we get past the end of the runway, really, or until I can feasibly manage to give myself another heading. We'll fly runway heading and then take a left turn as soon as practicable, and then go direct to our first fix, which is going to be Pessex. Oh, Pumal, sorry, over yonder. So depart 32 left here. Take a left turn out to Poumon. It's a bit of a strange routing this, because it sort of takes you away from where you're going and then back towards it. But I quite like it because you fly over the mountains and then over Barcelona, and it's just super scenic. But that being said, it is a bit strange in my opinion. But hey ho, if we get any ATC online, perhaps we'll get a bit of a direct maybe. But that's really it for the takeoff briefing. Nothing really too much to say. I've got NADP2 departure procedures here at Toulouse. So normal thrust reduction acceleration altitude, 1500 feet above aerodrome level. And that's about it. We can have a look, see if there's any ATC on, which there isn't, unfortunately. We've got Fuzzy 195 just underway there. Very good. Love to see it. Going over to Lisbon. Let's see, actually. Scorgasmic, can we spot yourself coming from Manchester? Let's see. What did you say your call sign was? Skyways 732. There you are. Very good. So he's just coming over the English Channel. Very good. Very, very nice.
Thank you.
Love to see it. Right. Cool. Adam, I think you should be fine. I mean, in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the default scenery is okay, you know? I mean, I think you'd be fine regardless. You're saying you might be concerned about the VATSIM situation. Is that what you're worried about? Because, I mean, it's not a requirement to have scenery to fly on VATSIM. Obviously, it is better because you tend to get a bit more accuracy on the ground markings, but it's not the end of the world. Because the runways are going to be usually the same place and things like that. So it's not going to be the end of the world. The most important thing is really the runway position and the procedures, which shouldn't be an issue with the default. Passengers coming on. Hello. Wow. Okay, buddy. So welcome some people on board. Oof, that's gotta hurt. They're all too tall. They're all bashing their heads. We're gonna have a lawsuit. Stian, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Biggles, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Easter to you too. Toulouse is now on sale, 29% off. Crikey, that's bargain. Get it. Highly recommended. It's fantastic scenery. How do you insert your flight plan into the PMDG 737? Says NLK. So you can either use the SimBrief downloader to do it. I think British AvGeek has a tutorial on how to do that. But if you use the SimBrief downloader, you can set it up to do so using the same paths as what I've got here. Depending on, well, if you've got Steam, it might be different. But like I say, there is a tutorial on YouTube. I think British AvGeek's done one regarding that. Or you can just enter it in normally. So you just come to your route page, put in your origin, destination, your runway is useful to put in there. And then you press next page, type in your routing here with any airways on the left. And then put in your departures and arrivals using the DEP R buttons here, as you would do in pretty much any other aircraft. Very condensed way of saying how to do it, but that is pretty much it. What do you do on NewSky if your sim crashes halfway through a flight or something goes wrong in the sim? So, Darren, there is actually a feature in NewSky which helps you recover the recover the flight. So you can reload NewSky. Sorry, you don't have to reload NewSky. You can reload your sim and get your aircraft set up as it was before, and then you can click a button on NewSky, and it should teleport you back to where you previously were, where it crashed. And you can do it that way, or you can just abandon the flight and it will get deleted off NewSky automatically. So yeah, they're your options basically. Oh, beautiful, Adam. Beautiful. You won't regret it. You won't regret it. MPS, I'll catch you shortly.
Hello. Thank you.
Right, I think we should be about done with the passengers. Well, the baggage is done. The baggage is done before the passengers. What is going on? Let's crank the APU up then. Just going to adjust some exposure on my camera because it still looks a bit dark to me.
Toulouse traffic, Ryanair 735, crossing runway 32 right at November 2. We'll be holding short at Mike 2 for 32 left, Toulouse traffic.
There we go. Better. Thanks to me declaring emergency was the wrong thing to do then. Yes, it was, yeah. Alright, APU is available. Get it on the bus. We'll release the ground power and just check the parking brake is set, which it is. And we'll get rid of the chocks and get ready for the pushback. So, guys, how far do we think that is to the old, to the taxi line there?
Toulouse traffic, Ryanair 735 lining up for takeoff runway 32 left, Toulouse traffic.
I can't remember if the pushback counts if it goes from the nose wheel or from the back of the plane. Alright, so the plane is 40 meters. It's probably it's probably about just over 80 meters, isn't it, chat? Let's say.
Ryanair 735 rolling 32 left.
So we'll go 85. We could do it manually, but let's just see if we can do this. Standard L. Turn nose to the right. 90 degrees. We want more than 90 though, don't we? Oh, we want less than 90 even. How far do we want? 80 degrees. 70 degrees. I'm not actually sure. Anyway. Tug's connected. Right. Okay, so
Traffic, Ryanair 735 out of 1000.
before start checklist, down to the line. Flight at doors, close and lock. Fuel is 8.5 tons. Pumps are on. Windows and doors are locked. V2 is 147, heading 322. Altitude 7,000 feet. CDU pre-flight is completed. Parking brake is set. Rudder and aileron trim is 3 and 0. Taxi and takeoff briefing is completed. Down to the line complete. Let's just assume we're cleared for push and start. Toulouse traffic, Fuzzy 317 is pushing back. Stand Echo 50 for a 32 left departure. Toulouse. Right. Below the line, fasten seatbelts on. Anti-collision light is on. Parking brake is still on. We'll leave that on for now. We'll get the AP bleed on. Packs are off. That's fine. It's probably getting pretty toasty in the back. Yeah, nearly 40 degrees. Sorry, passengers. Right. Okay. Let's release the parking brake. Hey. Oh, the jetway. My bad. There she blows. That door going to close on its own? Don't think so. Right. Right, doors closed. Release the parking brake. Shut up, GSX.
Cockpit to ground.
No, we don't need to release the parking brake yet, do we? Anyway, but...
We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left.
Go on, Robbie!
Roger that. Ready for pushback. Tail to the left. Release parking brake, please.
Parking brake released.
Brakes released.
Let's go. Right on time, chat. Right on time. 2 minutes. Get a transponder on.
Brakes released. Here we go.
Here we go. Right. The engine start on number 2 first. What's the route? 1 second, Adam. Right, let's start the fuel flow. That's the route, Adam. Let's see how accurate this pushback is. Oh, it's looking pretty good. It's not far enough though, is it? I don't think, but it's not too bad. Not far enough of a turn either, but hey ho. Right, we've got a starter cutout there. We'll go for engine start number 1.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
I've just kicked my chair. Oof. Right. Parking brake set. Start the fuel flow. Only 190 to 7k, indeed, Matrasso. Indeed, indeed, indeed. We're coming up on 7k subscribers. Love to see it. Thank you so much to you all. Okie dokes. Start to cut out there. Oh no, not yet. There we go. Okie dokie. Alright, the tug's gone. Fine. Lovely. So that's 2 good engine starts. After start flows. Alright, we're all good there. We'll get the engines generators on the bus. Everything else good there. Probe heaters come on automatically. Love to see it. Very nice. Right, we'll get the packs on for you guys in the back. Oh my god, that temperature dropped so quickly. That is absolutely wild. No way. It drops 15 degrees in like a matter of seconds. Although I was looking at ContCab, which, to be completely honest with you, I'm not 100% sure what ContCab is. Right, anyways. APU bleed come off, isolation valve in auto. Everything else is set. Lovely stuff. We'll get the engine start switches to continuous. And the APU off. Gets the taxi lights on. And we'll just quickly do the after start checklist. So before taxi checklist even, generators on, anti-ice off, APU off, engine start switch is continuous, recall is checked, engine start levers are idle. Flight controls are not checked. Ground equipment is clear. We'll do a flight controls check. Full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, full left on the rudder, full right on the rudder, and back to neutral. Let's go. Don't forget to strap in. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Let's just get straightened up first, and then we'll do that. Do a slow taxi. I'm always slow at everything I do, Adam. So. We're already nearly 2 hours into the stream, and we've only just pushed back. Right, there we go. Strapped in. Let's do it, chat. Let's do it. True Boeing immersion right now. I've got the Boeing seat with the furry back. Okie dokies. So, as we said, for departure, we are going to initially climb runway heading, take a left turn as soon as practicable, direct to Pumal. We haven't got failures on, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. We did miss our initial turning that I was going to take for the taxi out, but that's fine. We'll take the next right and then a left and then the first right. Right, so before takeoff we need to set our flaps to 5. You have to get used to the runway at Leeds. Yes, it's not a nice one, is it? Oh no, the tug's playing chicken. Please, no. Look away. Oh, he's gone. Legend. Right. Flaps are set to 5. That's good. Trim figure 5.54. That is set. Left here. Now it's the first right. We don't want to go. We don't want to keep going any further because then that's going to be a pain to get onto the runway 32 left. Roy was penalised today for being 1 second too late with retracting the gear. 16 instead of 15. That is a wounder, isn't it, Roy? That is a wounder. That is unfortunate, dude. Yeah. Feels bad. Right, so before takeoff checklist, flaps 5, green light trim 5.54 units is set before takeoff checklist complete. Lovely. Lovely. Right. We're ready to rock and roll, chat. Let's just... Oh! Got a colleague! Oh, is that you, Adam? Love to see it. Testing your gear out. Got to make sure it works, don't you? Got to make sure it works. That is, by the way, just a bug with the Fenix model matching. That's not actually what he's doing. Right. Right turn here. Don't want to miss this one. Windsock there. Looking good. Right. So we're going to cross the runway here. Straight on to 32 left, which you can see the threshold straight in front. Let's check if there's anyone coming in. It looks clear. Toulouse traffic, fuzzy 371, crossing runway 3 to right at November 2. Toulouse traffic. It's 317, not 371. Let me write this down. Get the strobes on. Okay, let's get ready to rock and roll, chat. Let's just make a quick look out here. I think we're good to depart. Haven't heard anyone on the radios. Toulouse traffic, fuzzy 317, lining up 32 left for an immediate departure via Mike 2. Toulouse traffic. Right, let's do it, chat. Landing lights on. Everything else is ready and ready to rock. Transponder to TARA. Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Let's go, Mariner. Seatbelt on, indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. There's the Airbus facility over there, looking rather glorious. Definitely taking that corner a bit too wide there and a bit too quick. Right then. Take off. Haven't armed auto thrust, so I'll do that before I try and press toga. N1, heading select.
Airspeed alive.
Thrust sets.
80 knots.
Checked. Thrust hold. V1 rotate C.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. A little bit of left rudder to keep us straight there. Let's give ourselves a left turn. Right, acceleration altitude. This is going to be difficult. Let's bug up. Oof. Oh my days, it's very bumpy here. Crikey. Right, flaps up to 1. Oh my days, so bumpy. Flaps up. VNAV, N1, VNAV speeds. Why is it so turbulent? Oh my Christ. Alright, Command B. Humal. Direct. Execute. LNAV. LNAV. Let's clear ourselves up. Set standards. Disarm the auto brake. Get the nose lights off. We'll bring the cabin. And the start switches can go to off. Check the pressurization. We are pressurizing. That all looks good. Okay, after takeoff checklist. Engine bleeds are on. Packs are auto. Landing gear is up and off. Flaps are up. No lights. After takeoff checklist complete. No, still unable 280 knots at Exona. That's fine. Off we go, chats. Right, let's get another screenshot here for the flightsim.to page. I haven't got any of it in flight.
Toulouse traffic hotel, local 021, Airline speaking well.
There we go, got to get that nice reflection. Right, there we go, chat. That was a decent enough departure. Although, that being said, I didn't... There we go, flight level 100. Let's get the landing lights off before New Sky tells me off. Okay. Yeah, I didn't have a horizontal crossbar for the takeoff there. I didn't select a vertical mode for the initial climb out there, though. You don't usually select a vertical mode, though, do you? Not sure why that occurred, to be honest with you. There's no horizontal for the rotation, which is a bit odd. That being said, I very rarely do a heading select takeoff in the Boeing, so I'm not entirely sure what the situation is there.
Toulouse traffic, Fuzzy 124 taxiing to holding point runway 32.
Right, flight level 100. Let's get the straps off, shall we? Cool. Right, lovely stuff. Off we go towards the mountains. Lovely French Alps. And then we're going to fly over there towards Barcelona. Fuzzy 737, beautiful. Glad you like it, Mariner. Yeah, indeed. Just received delivery of one today. Looks like we've got another Fuzzy on departure there at Toulouse. Love to see it. Very nice, very nice. Iran, welcome to the chat. Sometimes after takeoff and during the flight, the plane take itself and go without the commands in the FMS. In what way does it not take commands of the FMS? Iran. I mean, the first thing to check would be your dead zones for your controllers, basically. I would check your dead zones and make sure you've not got any noisy controllers that are potentially throwing off the autopilot. Oh, 1,000 to go. Let's keep going up. That's what I would check first, if you've set it up all correctly. Do I have realistic turbulence set in assistance? I find it slightly exaggerated. I do, yes, Dean. Yeah, I do. Although that being said, since that update came out, I've not really had any turbulence like that. At least not in the Fenix. That's mostly what I've flown since the update. But I know, I mean, the PMDG historically has been much more affected by the turbulence in Microsoft Flight Simulator than the Fenix. So I'm not sure what the difference is primarily between the two, but I have noticed that the PMDG does seem to get a little bit more whipped up by the thermals and whatnot than the Fenix. But yeah, it does seem pretty crazy right now, to be honest with you. Although that being said, no, actually, no, I did a test sector earlier. It was a little bit turbulent on the departure there as well. I think we did okay though, just about. Managed to keep the nose up. But yes, that's what I have set realistic. Yep. But yeah, I think this turbulence in Microsoft Flight Sim, it does feel a little bit, I don't know. I don't know if it's exaggerated or not, to be honest with you, because I've never, you know, I don't have enough experience flying an airliner, i.e., not IA, i.e., i.e. none. So, yeah, can't really say too accurately as to whether it's exaggerated or not. Turbulence mode is working really good on the French flatland. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Everything Aviation by Frana. New here and I subbed. Very good. Thank you very much for the sub. Everything Aviation. We're approaching 7K, so I do thank you very much to furthering our progress towards that goal. So thank you very much. But welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here, and feel free to ask any questions you would like in the chat. Lucas says, what's my call sign? Welcome, Lucas. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you as ever. What is my call sign? It is Fuzzy317 today. Any Windows 11 gurus in the chat? Good question. Good question. I mean, I've been using Windows 11 for a decent-ish enough amount of time now, but I wouldn't call myself a guru. Struggling with a stuck update when turning the system off. Okay, yeah, I'm not really sure where to go with that one. Yeah, I mean, I would just Google that initially, so I would suggest maybe... I'm assuming you've already done that, to be fair, but that's the kind of thing I would Google. Look at these mountains, though. They look sharp, don't they? They look very nice. One thing I do have to compliment Microsoft Flight Simulator on with the turbulence update, though, is coming over mountains. It's not like you're flying a... You know, when you're in an airliner, it's not now like you're flying a Cessna over the mountains at high altitude, which is quite nice. It seems a lot less bumpy. Hate to rub it in, but I've just poured myself an ice cold Singer. Oh, very good. Very nice. Enjoy, Andy. Enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy. I am a little bit jealous. Although, that being said, my partner is home now, so I may just have to join you on that momentarily. When you say stuck, is it that it just gets stuck on, say, working on updates? Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good place to start, Skullgasmic. Yeah, these mountains looking really quite nice, aren't they? So, by the way, chat, I don't think I mentioned this to you before, but I've since the last couple of days, I've actually upped my terrain level of detail up to 200 now. I used to have it on 100, but I feel like my new processor can handle it a bit better. It seems quite good. Looking nice. Although we did do that comparison when we flew into Sion, didn't we? But it's looking pretty good, I do have to say. Oh, we got the LED lights as well on the Fuzz Air. I don't know if you guys noticed. That's another option we got. We got the LEDs. Right, let's see what the controller situation is looking like. Nothing, really. Everybody's out enjoying this, the nice sunny spring weather today, I think. You can see Raven in front of us. Oh, we've got Addon behind. Crikey, you managed to pull that around quick, didn't you, Addon? Very nice. Let's see where Scoregasmic is. Oh, I see you over the Bay of Biscay. Very good. Very nice. You're probably going to get there before us, actually, aren't you? Way before us. Yeah, I think you are. Seems like terrain level of details are not 210. Maybe you can try 215 to see if I lose any FPS compared to 200. What do you mean by a notch? Like as in a notch where it increases quite dramatically the actual terrain, the way it looks? Or it's just quite a hard performance hit from that point? These views are looking absolutely incredible though, I do have to say. Absolutely incredible. Not sure why we get the heat blur though when we're going so quickly. I thought the heat blur would not be visible at this kind of speed. Synchrony, welcome to the chats. It's been a while. It's been a while indeed. Yeah, it has. Glad to have you back. Hope you're doing well anyway. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Maybe at the same time? Maybe. Maybe. We shall see. What's your ETA? I mean, you might be using different time to me, but maybe we can work it out. We're looking at 15:47 Zulu time. Currently at 14:10. So we've got about an hour and 40 minutes en route. Just past overhead Pumal now, on our way towards Barcelona. Just in the distance there, you can't really see it. It's a bit of a blurred mess, but never mind. Right, lovely stuff. Getting a little bit turbulent here though. Oh, I forgot to turn seatbelt signs off, haven't I? Sorry, guys. Hey, Pele's here as well. Are you flying as well? What is your call sign, Pele? Are you on VATSIM? 1949. So an hour and 40. You're about the same as me then, Pele. Read an article of a guy that tried many terrain level of detail in a systematic matter. It seems the notches are 105, 210, and 350. Interesting, interesting. So if I put mine at 215, for example, then is that going to give me quite a big boost in visuals? Is that what you're saying? Vipers Racing, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. I'm Easy 53 Delta Golf coming from Gatwick. Are you on VATSIM? Let's see if I can see you. I see you, Pele. Very good. You're just a little bit behind Scoregasmic, actually. Just entering the Bay of Biscay, aren't you? Very good. Love to see it. Love to see all the arrivals coming into Lisbon. Hopefully it will tempt a controller to come online. Let's see what we've got at the moment at Lisbon. We've got 13 arrivals, so pretty decent. Oh, we've got a few people coming from Toulouse. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people coming from Toulouse. Very nice. And then 16 departures. So yeah, come on now. Although that being said, someone mentioned they were a controller at Lisbon and they were potentially going to come online for the ground, to do ground when we arrive. I do apologise, but I can't remember who it was now. As soon as I see your name, I'll remember, but... it's gone from my mind. But yeah, that'd be super, super cool if someone does do that. Uh, 38 or better or 4070 Ti? To be honest, I'm not sure actually. I think there's some people in the chat might be able to answer that with a bit better precision than me. I think probably the 4070 Ti, to be quite honest, because you'll be able to get the DirectX 12 frame generation with that. So I think it's just going to be better regardless. If you've not got either at the moment and you're picking out the two, probably 4070 I would say, but I'm not an expert on the new GPUs. If you look on Google for the Microsoft Flight Sim forum, terrain level of detail sets, it's the first. Oh, I will look that up actually. Photochromax, yeah, thank you. MSFS forum, Toulouse, steps. Let's have a quick browse, shall we? Right, so I would be going then. I would be going from level 4 to level 5, wouldn't I? Interesting. I will have to have a bit of a play around with that. I will save that article though, and I'll have a play about with that at some point. Look at that though. That just looks amazing, doesn't it, right now? That looks so good. Come on now. Let's see where we are. We're just coming over Barcelona. Where's Barcelona? That would be Barcelona below us, wouldn't it? There we are. There's the airport. There's Barcelona city centre down there with all the repeating looking buildings. Just do a bit of this. Yeah, look at how cool it looks from above Barcelona. Or at least that part of the city, just super, super cool. Love to see it. Oh, you finally removed your cast, Matt Russo. Very good, dude. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Only rehab a bit of your finger. Very good. Well, glad to hear it, dude. Glad to hear it. Well, wish you a speedy recovery on the finger. Or fingers, whatever it is. Yeah. Great stuff. Great stuff. Glad to hear it. Your is 1490. I have a 3080 Vipers Racing. Let's wait 5 hours at the hospital to remove it. Crikey, that's a long time. That is a long, long time. It should be a top of climb now. We are. Very good. We have someone in front of us just descending. Let's see if we can spot him. Nope. Cannot see. Oh, what's happened? I'm not getting quite as smooth frames as what I normally do in the PMDG though today, I have to say. It's a little bit stuttery. I feel like that's because of VATSIM though, right? Quiz just ended my flight. The rating is 9.76. Nicely done, dude. 9.76 is solid. $10,000 profit as well. That is very good. Nicely done there, Quizzy. Nicely done. Nicely done. William, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. William Bosch, strong name, very strong name. Man, I remember Microsoft Flight Simulator 98. We sure have come a long way. Certainly have, dude. Certainly have. It is looking very good, isn't it? Very nice. You know, I think Microsoft Flight Sim 98 was probably the first flight simulator I ever flew. Whether knowingly, you know, at the time that, you know, it was such the software that it was. I think when I used to when I first sort of got into computing very long time ago now, when I was using Windows 95, 98, I remember one of our family computers that we had came with Flight Simulator. I can't remember which version it was. I remember giving it a go with my dad, and I was just totally lost at what to do, to be quite honest with you. But also the graphical fidelity was pretty poor, wasn't it? So, I mean, compared to another game that we played at the time, some of you guys may remember this one, some of you may not, but another game that I used to play at the time was a game called Descent. Don't know if any of you guys remember that. That was an epic game. Absolutely loved that. I don't know... yeah, I remember it being quite scary actually as a kid, but probably not that scary at all to most people. But Descent, what a game. What a game. But yeah, that being said, the flight simulator that I flew at the time didn't really stick at the time. Didn't really play it a lot or much at all. Like I say, I didn't really have any clue what I was doing at that age. And then here we are returning with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. It's crikey, it's already nearly coming up to 3 years since this sim was released. I can't believe it, honestly. Ground is online. Oh, amazing. Amazing. Love to see it. Great. To have some comms on the ground then. Love to see it. We'll have to choose a stand as well for Fuzz Air shortly. I'll have to have a look at what stands we can choose, because, you know, a lot of the low-cost airlines like EasyJet, Ryanair, Wizz Air, Transavia, They all use that little tiny Terminal 2 at Lisbon, and it's just... It's an absolutely rubbish terminal. I don't know if any of you guys have ever flown out of there. It is so small. I don't think Fuzzair wants to use that one. I think we'll either go for a remote stand or one of the ones by the main terminal, I think. We'll get some priority. Maybe you got some photogrammetry from Barcelona. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, actually, Photochromax. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Back then, the graphics were great. Yeah, I suppose they probably... Yeah, they weren't too bad, I suppose, at the time. Dan86 remembers Descent as well. Amazing. Amazing. Glad to see it's not only me that remembers Descent. Elba Pino, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Cheese and wine, very good. Love to see it. Welcome. Welcome. Speaking of cheese and wine, I may actually go get myself some... Well, not wine, but beer. In just a moment. It's Friday night. Does anyone know which field you started at when launching the old generation Microsoft Flight Simulator? Wasn't it that one in that they just recently brought back? Can't remember what it's called now. Meg's Field. I thought that's where all of the old ones did start at. $200 to $209 is all low cost. Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was. But is Fuzzair a low-cost airline? That is the question. Are we a low-cost airline? Where does Jet2 park if they go to Lisbon? Actually, I don't actually know. Do they fly? Do they even fly to Lisbon, Jet2? I don't think they do actually. Maybe they do. They probably do, don't they? I don't know. Not sure, but I think I got all the licenses PPL to ATPL in FS 2000. Yeah, it's a shame they don't have anything like that in FS 2020, but nicely done there, my friends. Yeah, it's a shame. First simulator was the FA-18 Hornet for the Amiga. Crikey, that's going back. What year would that have been in then, Photochromax? Jet2 does fly to Lisbon. Any idea on what stands they use then? I mean, I can probably just Google it in a moment, but let's have a look. Outside. Oh, can't get quite close enough to the window there. Oh, beautiful. Ooh. Can't get close enough to the window here. There we go. Oh, that's a nice view, isn't it? So I told you this was a nice scenic flight, chat. Very scenic indeed. Right, chat. I'm going to just take 2 minutes. I'm going to go get a drink of water and possibly another drink as well. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. All right then, folks. We're back. Very nice views, isn't it? Roy's first was FS95 high-end Pentium 133 MMX, believed it was, not sure. Very good. Yeah, I can't remember what my first computer was actually in terms of processor. I think it was in the Pentium era, possibly a Pentium 1 or 2. Can't remember anything more than that really. And he says, I remember the helmet that came with 98. It was useless so, and had to use the big red boxes to guide me into landing. Oh, they had that in the old flight simulators as well. That's not just a FS 2020 thing. Yeah, interesting. Migo's 1993. Oh, I would have just been a little baby then. Remember, Deluxe Paint 4 with 4,096 colours. Very good. That's amazing, dude. Great stuff. So you had a PC with, you know, a luxury high-end PC then with colour. Very good. I can also remember I blew one Pentium CPU by putting the jumper in the wrong slot. Crikey. It's gone before I knew it's gone. Dear me. Dear me, Roy. Your family says I flew from EKYT to Palma. Where's EKYT? Well, very nice. That's quite a decent length routing there. Right, I had the Amiga 500 payload Falcon, I believe it was called, an F16 sim. Very good. So you guys talking a little bit before my time here, unfortunately. 4860XC, I have no idea what that is. I think the first experience I remember with a computer was at my first school. We had an Apple Color. What was it called? An Apple. Is an Apple Color 2? I think it was. I remember I've been trying to find it ever since, and I just cannot remember the name of it. But there was this absolutely amazing game on there. I just can't remember the name of it, but it was one of those text-based games, you know, where you have to sort of type in what you're gonna do, and you have to, like, basically, there's no real guidance on what to do and what to ask, but you've just got to kind of work out what to say and what to do, and you progress along like that. And it was really, really good, and I've tried to find it ever since, and I just cannot remember what it was called. Like, I found a few sort of quite famous games that are like that, but I'm convinced they're not the same one, so sad. But yeah, I think that was my first experience with a computer. But the first PC we had at home, I honestly can't remember what that was. It was Windows 95. That's about as much as I remember. William Bosch says, I remember the solo flight on a C64. That was the first flight simulator I played. Very good. One of the first that existed as well, crikey. So this was like, these were like flight simulators then, where it was literally just based around a single plane. At least 1983, crikey. Crikey. Yes, before I was born, that was. There's also a lot of FSX stuff in there is also a lot of FSX stuff in Microsoft Flight Simulator, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, I have learned that. I just didn't know I didn't really know the guidance thing was a legacy thing as well. I know a lot of Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is kind of built on sort of some of the old code from FSX, but yeah. Also, we have a beer now, by the way, chat. Very cloudy beer. Lovely. What about parking at 701, 704? Last time I flew out of Lisbon, it was from there. Oh, that sounds good. Let's have a look where that is on the chart, shall we? Seven oh one. Oh crikey, that's right up at the top, isn't it? That was, to be honest, in the MK Studios scenery, that area isn't very well done, to be honest. I'm not sure how up to date it is. I'm not sure if they've recently redone that area or what, but I'm not sure if the MK Studios scenery actually has all those stands in there, actually. Can't quite remember, but I remember we flew out of that not too long ago in a bizjet from one of those stands. And I seem to remember there was a bit of confusion as to which stands are which and whether it was properly depicted or not. The days of dial-up internet were fun, family arguments, abusive block phone. I remember that, Andy. And fax machines as well. That was the age of fax machines, wasn't it? F-18 Interceptor on Amiga blew me away. Spectacular game for its time. Very good. So I guess that's another similar one where it's just a single plane, I guess. Infocom Text Adventures. Let me Google it. Let me see if I can find some information. Infocom Text Adventures. 1996. Okay, so that's about the right era. Oh, there's a lot. I wonder if it was that, actually. It's difficult to say, though, because there's so many on there, right? Yeah, there's many games included in there, so I really couldn't say. I'll have to have a browse through them, I think. You're in a small clearing in a well-marked forest path that extends to the east and west. That's, you know, this sounds kind of familiar right here. Hang on. See, I can't remember what the theme for the game was either, unfortunately. That would make it much easier. I'll have to have a look. So was that available on Mac, though? That is the question, because it was an Apple. It was, well, not a Mac, obviously. Not a Mac at the time, but it was an Apple Color 2 at the time, so that it would have had to have been available on a Mac as well. Oh, which it was. It was. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, that's a very nice piece of information there. William, I'm going to have to look into that, I think. I'm probably going to be spending far more time than I probably should do browsing and trying to find the one that I'm thinking of. I used to love those games. They were just so cool. Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Zork, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It could have been Zork. I'm not sure. It might have been. I'll have to have a look. Your dad got an ISDN connection. Crikey, so it was a little bit ahead of the times there. I remember ISDN. What was that? Was that like ISDN was like, what, 200 kilobytes per second rather than the 56k from the dial-up, something like that. Amazing how quickly technology has progressed between then and now. Right in our lifetime when we're still young. Imagine technology by the time we're old. Exactly, Scoregasmic. Yeah, it's crazy. And obviously you've got all the AI stuff coming out now. Yeah, it's going to be interesting the next 20 years, I think. Definitely. Definitely. I mean, I keep getting these things coming up on Instagram saying, you know, how to use, you know, all these different AI tools and like all these different prompts you can give like ChatGPT to get like the best responses out of them possible and stuff like that. And it's pretty amazing some of the stuff people do. I think I saw a news article the other day where somebody managed to get their way out of some kind of, I think it was like a parking ticket. They managed to get their way out of a parking ticket by using ChatGPT or something like that to write some letter for them. What's the beverage? It is an IPA. Yeah, it's a Hazy Jane by Brewdog, which is an IPA. Photograph Max says, not related to flight or simulation, but one of the best game at the time was Monkey Island. Yes, I do remember that. I didn't play it much, but I do remember it. Yeah, my friend who I grew up with, who used to do a lot of gaming with me, liked Monkey Island very much. Tabugman says, my first computer was a VIC-20 with 5 kilobytes total memory. Crikey, that is not much. Crikey, crikey. As far as I can remember, it does have all the stands. Right. Okay, Pele. Well, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a try. Animated AI wasn't that bad. Love to see it. I mean, some games these days have absolutely terrible AI for enemies, don't they? The Zork series was the most famous. Right. I'll have to take a look. I'm pretty sure I have... Zork was one of the ones that I looked at before and I thought, don't think it is actually that, but maybe I'll have a... Maybe I need to have a better look. I can't lie, it does sound fairly familiar if I just look at some screenshots here. You're standing in an open field west of a White House with a bordered front door. There's a small mailbox here. That's the first line from Zork 1. You know what? I think it could be that, actually. That feels familiar. That feels very familiar. I just don't remember. I feel like I would remember the word Zork, you know? That's quite a memorable... But it does sound very familiar. You're standing in front of an open field of a White House with a bordered front door. There's a small mailbox here. That sounds quite familiar. EKYT Denmark. Where else in Denmark, though, Favnik? These games are timeless and still enjoyable today. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I might have to have a go on that tomorrow night, maybe. See if I can get the partner involved. Because I think can you get them on? Can you get them on like iOS and on mobile devices now? I think. ISDN was 64. Ah, that's it. Okay. What am I thinking of then? Am I thinking of ADSL then, which was like 200, something like that? I can't quite remember. AI is amazing stuff like Marcus MKBHD. I know who that is, but I just cannot remember his name right now. This is the worst day I will be. It will only get better. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it can only get better, can't it, really? Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Of course, the phone bill would be double if you go up to 228k. Of course. Obviously. Of course. God. Such nostalgia right now. All this tech is also arguably scary. As much as it can do good, it can do a lot of harms if regulations aren't in place. And even then, yeah, I fully agree, Scoregasmic. It is a little bit scary, isn't it? I think it's probably out of all of the sort of big technological revolutions there have been in the last 20 years. I think probably AI is one of the ones which has some of the, if not the biggest unknowns, you know, I think, and the biggest area of concern that there has been so far, I think, at least from what I can remember. Yeah, just because there is that potential there for it to be abused to quite a large degree. So, yeah, it is a bit worrying. I do agree. But so far, so good, I will say. I mean, I'm surprised at how well some of these tools are doing, and how actually productive and useful they are for some people. Right, how are we doing? Yeah, look at that stuttering right there. It's not that great, is it, really? Right, how are we doing? So I've got top of descent in about 200-ish miles. 210. Yeah, stuttering not that great, is it? I think maybe I might put my level of detail back down. As much as it saddens me to say. I don't know. I was messing around earlier though. I did create a screenshot for the new Fuzz livery, so maybe I've pressed something that I didn't mean to. Maybe I've turned something on that I didn't mean to. ADSL was 512. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Memory is pretty hazy, as you can imagine. Yeah, ADSL was what everybody called broadband at the time, wasn't it? William was lucky he got a toll-free dial-up number. Crikey! That's pretty lucky, isn't it? I remember back in my house, when I was growing up, whenever I wanted to go on the internet, we had to reserve it in advance. We had to reserve it in advance so that, you know, my parents or whatever could make sure they weren't going to get any phone calls during that time. And we were allowed on for a maximum of 15 minutes at a time. So that, one, we didn't block the phone lines, and two, because it was expensive. I seem to remember at the time, I used to go on, and if there was any websites I wanted to go on, I used to preload the addresses into the address bars on the internet browser. And I used to, obviously, once the dial-up connected, I immediately press enter to maximize that amount of time possible. Also, another one from that area as well that I came across the other day. I'm not sure how I came across it the other day, but did anyone really go to... I mean, everybody here must have seen... Well, maybe not everybody, but most people here might have come across Joe Cartoon. Did anybody remember Joe Cartoon? I remember my dad introduced me to that. He was like... he was like, don't tell your mum about this. And then he showed me the hamster in a microwave. Adam says, very out of topic, but didn't the MK Studios Lisbon receive an update like yesterday? Oh, maybe it did. Let's have a look. Haven't opened up Orbex Direct for pretty much all week, so I'm not sure. I know MK Studios did do some updates, but I'm not sure if Lisbon was one of them. I think possibly you're right. I think it possibly was. I think it was relatively minor, though, if I remember correctly. Let's have a look, shall we? $512 kilobytes ADSL, could not have faster, was too far from a central point for that. Yeah. I think a lot of people were stuck on 512 for quite a long time, weren't they? I don't have an update for Lisbon. I've got an update for Berlin Brandenburg, actually. But not Lisbon. I wonder what the update is for Berlin. Hadn't seen that one. Hadn't seen the changelog for that. Look at that. That is that a cloud that's baked into the imagery down there? A couple of them. But today I have cable TV and 600 megabit down and 50 megabit up. Yeah, it's insane these days. I mean, I think my connection is 1 gigabyte up, 1 gigabyte down. It's just absolutely insane. I remember for a good few years now, it's not really changed that much, and then all of a sudden it went bing, and like well, not everybody, but a lot of people in my area were all of a sudden able to get, you know, a gigabit up, a gigabit down, and for the last like 5 years I've been stuck on like 10 megabit upload, which, you know, when you upload a lot of files like I do, it's not that quick. William says, going back to flight sims, I recently enjoyed Tower Simulator 3. Interesting. I've not heard of that one, actually. I'll have to have a look. Has anyone played Airport Sim? I think that's on Steam on Early Access, I think. Airport Sim. I think MK Studios actually did a lot of the scenery work for Airport Sim. That looks kind of fun. First time with modem 36 kilobytes over 20 years ago. Today you can't load a page with that modem 36 kilobyte. Yeah, exactly. You really can't, can you? Yeah. Tower Sim is from Feel there. Ah, right, okay. Well, I hope their games are better than their sceneries. Let's just put it that way. I think the sceneries for Microsoft Flight Simulator have gotten a lot of backlash, haven't they? I think a lot of people really don't like them. I've not got any of them personally, but I've heard a lot of people not too happy with their scenery for Microsoft Flight Sim. You remember the Superfly? I didn't know it was Joe Cartoon. Yeah, I didn't really see. I don't remember the Superfly too well. I remember Gerbil in a I remember the Gerbil in a microwave and the frog in a blender. That's a forest fire. Oh, yeah. I suppose it could be, couldn't it? Maybe with the smoke. Favnik says, do I recommend the TCA add-on Airbus edition? I do, yeah, 100%. Yeah, if you've got the Quadrant, it is an absolute no-brainer. Yeah, definitely. It's great to have the gear lever dedicated, and to have the parking brake on there, and the rudder, sorry, not the rudder, the flaps axis and the spoiler axis. Yeah, it's just great. It's just great, and it makes it more flexible as well for other aircraft. Very interesting, very interesting. I'll have to have a look into that, William, the tower simulator. Is that a Steam as well, William? Roy says, saw a video of Airport Sim, looks great. It does look quite cool, doesn't it? I think it is. I'm not sure if it's out or not, though. I keep seeing videos for it, but I don't know. I don't go on Steam that much these days. I feel like it's an early access title. Yeah, exactly, MPS. Yeah, you don't... Not a lot of people need speeds that quick these days, do they? I mean, even still, it's still overkill for me. Even streaming, you know. Realistically, for my stream, I probably need upload speed of probably about 10 megabytes per second maximum. And then, you know, I mean, it is great having upload speed like that, because when I'm uploading files for clients... they're fairly big files, and it does it like within like a minute, and it's just so good, because it just makes my flow so much easier, because I export the photos on Lightroom, they go into my Google Drive folder, and then the Google Drive folder syncs, and whilst it's doing that, I'm writing the email, and by the point I get to the point in the email where I need to put the link, it's already finished uploading, so I'm just like copy paste the link, and it's in there, boom, done. It's so nice. Oh, you've tried Airport Sim, William. Oh, interesting. Just the ground vehicles doing baggage. Yeah, I think it is, yeah. From what I've seen. Airport CEO I've not heard of either. Wow, I didn't realise there was quite so much diversity in the flight simulator universe, to be quite honest with you. Ah, good. Well, as long as it works well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing with, you know, like Tower Sim, for example. You know, as long as it works as intended, I imagine that's fine. Because I imagine your camera angle is going to be pretty fixed, isn't it? So, I don't suppose the scenery is quite as important. Whereas in Microsoft Flight Sim, you know, you want to have a bit of an explore around, don't you? And there's so many other good sceneries out there. The bar is very, very high. Before last move, I had 1 gig down, 200 megabyte up to the home. Where I live now is only fiber to the cabinets. And due to the distance to the cabinet, I have 40 down and 19 megabyte up. See, I mean, that's still decent. 40 megabyte down is not too bad, but that is quite slow for modern standards, isn't it? Really. But yeah, that's unfortunate. I suppose it's just, you know, certain areas, maybe less populated areas, are still needs to be actually installed there, doesn't it? To be fair. Sasha, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. It's on Steam. I'll look it up. I will look it up. $50, crikey, that is quite a lot, isn't it? Crikey. I will look it up though. I'm interested. Favnik says, I saw your old stream with the TCA add-on. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm still using the TCA add-on now. It's just, it's Can't really see it as well at the moment because it's under my desk, sort of. And it's quite dark, so the camera doesn't really pick it up. But yeah, I mean, I use it. I've not stopped using it since I got it, basically. And yeah, it's great. It's really good. Polish developers are quite active with developing aviation-related apps, sceneries, and sims. Is that where Feel there's from? Are they a Polish company? Momo Iafa, regarding your monitor and GPU, I actually responded to that earlier on today in the stream. And in a nutshell, the answer was check your GPU. Maybe might need to reseat it, maybe. I would also try plugging your monitor into, if you've got an integrated graphics card on your computer. If you've got a display output on your motherboard, I would try that as well, just to make sure that it's not the monitor. But yeah, I'll try those two things first. Definitely. Same for me. I feel the difference when uploading files for clients from 200 to 19 updates. Yeah, I bet, dude. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Quilly, welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. No worries, William. Right, about to commence my descent, so I'll mute the stream and catch you on the ground. No worries, Scoregasmic. No worries. Hope you have a good landing. We are about, what are we? About 100 miles away from our top of descent. 103. Look at the shape of this town down there. Just the way these fields are laid out, they're all like pointing in towards the, I suppose it's probably in the low point, isn't it? In that area. Also, look at this perfect circle right here. What is going on there? Interesting. Yeah, that is strange, Roy. Microsoft Flight Sim doing the bandwidth thing. Yeah, I think that is a bug, isn't it? I think it is a bug. They're having a few... I mean, that's been quite widely reported, hasn't it? Even for people who, you know, have strong connections, so... I think I saw in the developer live stream, actually, that they were saying that they had that notification. They had the sensitivity of when that notification appears. They had it set so it was a bit too sensitive, I think they were saying. And basically, they need to retune it a little bit. I think that's what they were saying. And it kind of sounded like they were going to do a hotfix, but it's been a little while now, hasn't it? So... the aliens are here. Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit like a crop circle, isn't it? Where is it? Has it gone now? Can we still see it? There it is. Very strange. Green engine 1 pump overheat. Oh, crikey. Wait, you're in the A320 though, aren't you? Oh, wait, actually, yeah. The Fuzz Fenix has failures on, doesn't it, by default? Should just be a minor failure, though. You should be able to deal with that one. Hopefully, you should be... I don't think it's an emergency scenario, fortunately. I have the PMDG 737-800. I would really like to fly it, but can't bother to learn how to fly it as it feels too complicated for me. Would you consider it a hard aircraft to fly operate? No, not really, Quilly. I mean, when you first get in, it can be a bit overwhelming. I do agree. You know, just because there's more sort of dials and switches and stuff than perhaps what other aircraft have, especially if you're coming from an Airbus. But it works in more or less the same way as any other aircraft, really. It's just there's a little bit of a difference in the sort of nuance of how it's operated, but it's not too difficult, I don't think, in my opinion. Once you've got it down once or twice, you can see the familiarity between other aircraft, and it's quite easy to remember and get along with. I recommend going to Flight Deck to Sim on YouTube. Has some fantastic tutorials for the 737. He did them back in P3D, I believe, but they're still obviously applicable. Or FSX, I can't remember, but they're still great tutorials. And like I say, it is more or less the same as most other airliners. Once you sort of get your head around it. Yeah, it's definitely worth doing though, because it has a certain charm to it, the 737, I think. Definitely does. I think it's because it's just, you know, it's an aircraft. It's like how old is the airframe? The 737 airframe now? It's like, what, like 40 years old? 50 years old, maybe? I can't remember. But it's been dragged into the modern era. So it's kind of still got a lot of those remnants of the, you know, the older systems and stuff. But it isn't too bad at all. It isn't too bad. I mean, I think the main ways it differs from an Airbus in terms of the general setup is that, for example, the packs are not automatic in terms of when you do, well, the engine start, for example, isn't automatic. So obviously you've got to make sure you've got the packs off when you do an engine start. That's one thing to be aware of. And you've obviously got to introduce the fuel flow yourself after pressing the starter. What else? The hydraulics are not automatic. You've got to turn those on yourself. The window heat and the probe heat is not automatic, although in this one it is. And the transfer, the power transfer on the different buses is not automatic like it is in the Airbus. So they're the main things, really. Oh, and the pressurization. So you've got the electrical, which is not automatic. You've got the hydraulic and heaters that are not automatic, and the pressurization and air conditioning, which is not automatic. But that being said, it is literally just a few switches, so it's not a huge thing to deal with. It's like literally just one or two at a time. You know, pack one off, pack two off, set the pressurization in the windows, generator 1 and 2 on, etc, etc. I'm probably not explaining it hugely well, but in terms of the main things that stood out to me when I first flew the 737 after having a decent bit of experience on the Airbus, that's kind of the main things that I noticed. There's also 737NG driver as well. Yes, indeed. He has some great tutorials. Seems like Valencia Meteor Radar had some issues. In what way, Photogrammax? Is there something bad about the TCA add-on? I wouldn't say so, no. No, I mean, for the price, it's good. It's good. Flowcharts can be helpful as well, MPS. Indeed, indeed. Definitely. I still have to watch and listen to the ATC calls of that 21-year-old girl that lost in nose gear and had a successful emergency landing. Crikey, what was that recently, Photochromax? First gen 737s are still flying. They are indeed, yep. They are indeed. First flight, 1967. Yeah, so there we go. Yeah. 60 years old then. Well, just under. CRS isn't automatic even on the Max. What does CRS refer to? Maybe I'm missing something there. MPS Gaming says, I prefer flying this Boeing before Airbus, but I like Airbus too. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just different strokes for different folks, I suppose. Just different ways of doing the same, essentially. Oh, I see what you mean, Photochromax. I see what you mean. I'd never noticed that before, but I will definitely look out for it next time in Valencia. Last week, right, okay. Crikey, I'll have to look into that. That sounds... Oh, actually, you know what? I think I did see something about that. It was a... You don't mean an airliner, do you? You mean it was a GA flight, wasn't it? It is impressive, Synchrony. It is. It is. Airbus planes make so much more sense to me than Boeing. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I agree with that statement. I've always said that in my streams, that Airbus just speaks my language a little more than the Boeings. Course, right. I thought you might be referring to that. Oh, you mean like these course selectors right here? I see. Is that what you mean? MPS is older than 737. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Pedro Enderworth, currently cruising with a lovely sunset over Portugal. Straight screenshot in Discord. I will. I will. Oh, beautiful. Very nice, dude. Lovely. Yeah, I forget. I mean, I keep forgetting that the sun's staying up for longer now. So we might not have to use an amended time in the near future on streams. Right. Let's start a descent. Anyway, we'll reset the MCP altitude. We're not going to start a descent just yet, but we'll do that. Just got GSX and Navigraph yesterday. Just such an improvement to the sim. Hands down, way easier to fly correct routes. Yeah, I agree, Synchrony. It's Navigraph's got to be one of the best things you can get for this sim. Well, for any sim. Right, chat. Okay, so seeing as though we've wound our altitude selector down now, we're going to go for Autobrate 3. And landing altitude is set correctly. So let's do a arrival briefing for Lisboa. Let's just check the ATC situation as well. Oh dear, why has that signed me out? Interesting. Cool. So, let's do a arrival briefing. ATC is still not much different. We've got ground on, which is great, but no approach controls. We've got runway 02 in use, transition level 55. Wind 3106 knots, variable between 270 and 340. Cav temperature 22 degrees, QNH 1013. Okay, so let's have a look at what we've got then. We also have a few arrivals. We've got Pele coming in as well, possibly at the same time as us. Looks like Skorgasm is about to land as well. Very good. And we've got Raven as well, just coming on to final. Very nice. Okay. This is going to be interesting sequencing-wise. Anyways, let's have a look at the arrival briefing. So we're arriving into Lisbon, Portugal. This is the 10-2 Bravo charts. Transition level 55, we've just checked. And we're going to be doing the Exona 9 Alpha arrival. This is then ARNAV arrival for runway 02. We do have some special speed constraints here at Lisbon, which we'll go through in just a moment. Now, we don't have ATC on, so a lot of these are not applicable, but ARNAV is the main thing here. Airport elevation, 355 feet. We've got 400 sets. So, we're going to come in at Exona, max 280 knots, max flight level 230 there. We're going to follow that into ADSAD, max 220 knots there, minimum 4,000. Following that round, Papa Tango 419, minimum 4,000. Then to Godgi, minimum 4,000, max 220 knots. Papa Tango 421, max 200 knots, 4,000 feet minimum. 4,000 feet all the way around is the minimum. 422, and then PESEX, max 180 knots, 4,000 feet minimum there as well. Now, we do have these constraints that states 280 knots between 245 and flight level 100. And then below 100, 250 knots. And then at or below 1070, 220 knots. And then max 200 knots at or below 4,000. So we're going to try and keep those as best we can. Then we're going to be flying the ILS runway 02. This is the 11-1 chart. Localizer frequency is India Lima, India 109.1, and the final approach course 025 degrees. PESEX is the final approach fixed at 4,000 feet, and the runway elevation slightly lower than the airport itself, 330 feet. MSA highest in the north at 4,000. The glide slope is a standard 3 degrees, and minimums 530 feet. Pappy to the left of the runway, and if we need to go around it straight ahead to flight level 70. Contact approach. Once arriving at the airport, we're arriving on runway 02 here, so we're going to aim to park up on this apron here. So we'll roll out. We could probably do autobrake 2 actually, couldn't we, to be fair? I can't remember what. Usually they have some specific intersections they like you to vacate on at Lisbon. Let's see if it says here actually. Vacate at Hotel 4. So Hotel 4 is up here, so it's quite far away down the runway. We can probably go autobrake 2, I think. So we'll vacate at Hotel 4. Then our taxi instruction is going to be uniform Alpha, and then to the stand here. Which is going to be one of these. 702 maybe. So Hotel 4, uniform Alpha 4, 702. Nice and easy. So we'll go for 702. Great. So that's the briefing. Oh, we don't have an overlay today, do we, chat? What's going on there? There we go. Resolved. See how far I've got to go. How much mileage have you got left, Pele? Just so I can make sure I'm not going to cause you any trouble. I think we're probably going to get in before you, but be good to know. Right, let's have a look. So we'll get set up for the arrival. 107, sorry, 10901. What a 901. Inbound course 025. Good. Keep coming down. Great. And we'll just check our restrictions are incorrectly. I'm just gonna do this as well, just to get a more accurate vertical profile here. So we're actually quite low. Oh no, we're actually good. Okay, fine. So regarding the restrictions, Exona, we've got to be below flight level 230, max 280 knots. That's in there correctly. ADSET is max 220 knots, above 4,000. So that's all in there correctly. Then everything else is in there correctly. That's all looking good. Okay, cool. So all the restrictions are in correctly. That's that done. We're going to land flat 40 because not much wind today, really. We'll go flat 40. So that's that. So we've got the ILS tuned. We've got VREF set. And we've got our courses set. That's good. Descent checklist, pressurization, landing altitude is set. Recall is checked. Auto brake, we'll set that to 2 actually. Landing data VREF 138. Minimums we've not set. We'll do that. So it's 530. $530 is set. Approach briefing is complete. Descent checklist complete. QNH is actually standard on the ground. 1013. Set that there just anyway, but oh, hang on a minute. Why has it done that? Okay, I didn't realize it worked that way, but fine. No worries. Okay, yeah, that should be fine, shouldn't it, Pele? Good. When am I going to do another cross the pond? Good question. Good question. I'm not sure. They're quite a big commitment of time, and at the moment, that's probably not going to work for me too well. But I don't know. Cross the pond eastbound. Cross the pond eastbound is not too far away. It's I think they usually do that towards the end of summer, right? So maybe then. But who knows? I don't know. Maybe if we hit 10k subs, we'll do one then. But that's a big ask, isn't it? I don't know. I was thinking about maybe doing a 7,000 nautical mile flight for 7,000 subs, but that is an insanely long flight. I think 7,000 nautical miles you can probably get. I suppose it depends whether you count the crate circle distance or the ground distance, but yeah, that's a long way. So I'm not 100% convinced I'm going to do that one, but I don't know. I'll think because I do enjoy across the pond. We'll have to try and maybe find a time where we are going to have ATC online, because ATC on over the Atlantic it's not a super common thing to happen. So yeah, I'll try keep an eye out for an event or something like that. But here we go, coming down into Lisbon. Lovely. Looking forward to the arrival into Lisbon. Flyby, I got a nice update yesterday. Oh, great. I've not actually had a look at that. I'll have a look. Sounds good. Texture and lighting on displays. VNav. That sounds like quite a big update. Virgil Max says on the Cessna 172, I once lost a nose wheel shock absorber on landing. Crikey. One of the mechanics scrimped at me, but like I did a nose landing. Crikey. That sounds slightly worrying. But yeah, I'm glad they managed to repair it. Crikey, that's good. But not in a good way. Oh dear. Poor dear. You Favnik, you weren't subscribed? Crikey. Well, thank you very much, dude. Welcome, dude. Welcome. Feeling is like when you lose steering tire pressure on cars. Interesting, interesting. Fortunately, I've never had that happen to me, to be honest, but I can imagine. What my favourite planes? That's a good question. That is a good question. I don't know. I'm a big proponent for the A320 family. I think the engineering in the A320 is just absolutely fascinating. I do like it. I mean, in terms of airliners, probably the A320. And really enjoy the A380 as well. 747. You know, the obvious ones. Really, nothing too crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I have very boring taste in planes, to be quite honest with you. But hey ho. Trying to think of something a bit more interesting that I like, but I can't right now. Probably because I'm in the descent and I want to focus a little bit. I'll think on it for next time. Every time someone asks me that question, I feel like I give that answer. So we'll take that. Right, off we go down then anyway. Let's make sure we've got our forecast page set correctly. So the transition level is 5.5. We're not going to have any anti-ice. The QNH is 1013. And then the winds, should we just slot the winds in there? Let's slot them in and see how it works. But I mean, we're already well established in the descent now, so it's probably not going to be a huge deal, but we'll stick those in and then we'll just do that as well. So we've got the latest wind for the VNav profile. FSLTL speed, VNAV path.
Traffic carry 732, turn the left down into runway 02, turn to intercept the Addon for runway 02 beyond the standard Ryanair system.
I do have a slight feeling though, we are... I mean, I know the VNAV says we're on profile, but I feel like we are going to end up a little bit high here. There's the airport. Been subscribed for 2 weeks or a month now. Oh, that's strange how it just popped up now then. Very bizarre. Right then, guys. Here we go. I'm going to focus a little bit on the descent now. Probably won't read the chat as much, because it's good weather. It's good weather, so we've got no excuse for a bad landing here. I've got Sky Dolly, so we'll get a recording done as well of the landing. It's a shame we're not coming in from the north though, chat. I do have to say, the Lisbon approach from the north is far more scenic, but it's from the south, it's still quite nice, so still quite nice. Thank you very much, Adam. And you too, dude. And you too. Dan86 as well. I think I missed your subscription earlier on, but thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Right, off we go. We've got a deceleration point here as it's... Let me just bring the chart up here. Max 220 knots at ADSAD, so that is going to try and decel us down to 220 knots for that point. Retard. There we go. Thrust coming back. Speed bugs coming back. We'll wind the altitude knob down even further now. Let's just have a quick look on VATSpy. Oh, look at that. We're nicely sequenced in, guys. That's looking good. I think maybe there might be... I think Adam and Pele might have to coordinate a little bit. Other than that, I think we're quite well sequenced. Struggling to come back to 220 knots here.
Lisbon traffic, Sky 732, short sign off, runway 0.
Gonna give it a little bit of a helping hand with the speed brake. Speed brake not that effective. Right, so we're coming back 220 knots now. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to flight level change. Go to level change, 220 knots. Bring the speed brake in. Right, let's bring some flap out. So I'm going to go to flaps 1. Speed is checked. I'll go to flaps 2 as well. And flaps 5. Cool. Landing lights on. Seatbelt signs on. And the runway turn off and taxi lights can come on as well. Engine start switches to continuous as we come through flight level 100. Start the replay. Right, this is looking good. Come back to 200 knots now, as that's a restriction at the next fix here. Papa Tango 421. ILS is identified. Replay tool received a big update, did it? The in-game one. Oh, I did not know that one. SkyDolly, the best replay tool we have available for free. I think, yeah, it is. And to be honest, I think it's still competitive with Flight Control Replay, which is payware. Right. Flaps 10. Speed is checked. Oh, I've got a hold at PESEX. We'll delete that. Alright, look at that. Right on the glide slope. Love to see it. Let's go vertical speeds. So I was wise to bring the flaps out there to increase that rate of descent slightly. Now we can just kind of shadow the glide slope down as we come in here. Right, transition altitude, no problem. Just go to 1013, which is standard. So approach checklist, altimeter set 1013. 1000 to go. Well, arm approach, as we're now inbound on an intercept heading. Vorlock. Right, PESEX, there is a 180 knots speed limit. All to quiet, glide slope's coming down. So we'll come down to 180 knots now. 2.7 miles to go to Pessex. There's the runway. Lisbon traffic, fuzzy 317 established ILS runway 02. 12 miles to go, Lisbon traffic. 121750 is a ground controller, ground frequency once we get there. Glide slope capture. Lovely stuff. Altitude 7,000 feet for the go around is set. Alright, lovely. Let's come back to the flaps 10 speeds. Oh, you can see me on final. Amazing, Pele. Amazing, dude. That's so cool. Let's see if we can spot you real quick. You'll be coming down this left side, won't you? Can't see you. Right. Drop the gear here. Go to flaps 15. Speed is checked. Flaps 25. Keep it going back. We'll set VREF speed plus 5, which is 143. Come to flaps 30 now. Flaps full. Flaps 40 even. Speed is checked. Lisbon traffic, fuzzy 317, short final runway 02, Lisbon traffic. Alright, let's do it, chats. It's taking a bit of a dive here. Autopilot disconnected. Autothrust disconnected.
$1,000.
1,000 feet is checked. We're stabilized. Speed's looking good. Profile's looking good. Center line's looking good. Two whites, two reds. Still don't fully trust it though. I'm pretty sure the Pappies and the glide slope are wrong here at Lisbon, so I might actually just dip a little bit below. There we go. 500 feet is checked.
Glide slope. Glide slope. Glide slope.
Disregard.
Plus 100. 300. Glide slope. Glide slopes.
Continue.
100.
Yeah, see, it's a bit wrong, the glide slope.
40. 30. 20. 10.
Right, lovely stuff. We're vacating at Hotel 4, which is right at the end. Versus speed brakes, looking good. Manual braking. Versus stowed. Hotel 4 is here. Beautiful. I didn't have my belt on. I did not. Bugger. Right, we'll get the landing lights off now. Strobe lights can come off as well. Get fully off the runway and then we'll request stand 702. Lisbon ground, very good evening. Fuzzy 317 vacated at Hotel 4. Request stand 702.
Fuzzy 317, Lisbon ground, very good evening. Stand 702 is general aviation.
Ah, okay. Give me 1 second then. Fuzzy 317. Says it's general aviation. Okay then. Okay, let's go for stand 107 then. Okay, could we go for 107 then for Fuzzy 317?
Affirm Fuzzy 317, continue at correction. Left turn into Alpha, continue taxi via Alpha, stand 107.
Continue on Alpha, stand 107, Fuzzy 317. Alright, lovely.
Call 1860, ready for departure.
Is that an A330?
1863, contact to reach for approach, frequency 119.1.
Right, engine start switches can come off, APU starts.
Call 1860.
That's it. So chat, that I didn't feel like such a bad landing, but what we'll say though, I didn't arm the ground spoilers, did I? Ha. Oh, okay. Apparently I did. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like my sensitivity is still not entirely correctly done in the PMDG. It still feels like it feels very, very, very sensitive in the pitch, to be honest. And I started trying to round out my descent, and it just kind of like shot the nose up. So it just felt a little, oh, where am I going? Hopefully I don't get docked on Sky for that one. But yeah, I don't know. The sensitivity just feels a little bit too much because I kept sort of trying to round out just slightly. And yeah, it just felt a bit too twitchy. But I mean, it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what it came back as on Sky. I mean, we definitely got a centerline touchdown zone, so I'm pretty happy. Can't really complain. Oh, you're following taxi in drone mode. Oh god, you just saw me nearly drive off the taxiway then. Right, 107. Oh, it's not here on GSX, please. Oh my days. Let's see if it's on here. It is. Alright, okay. Seems to think there's someone parked there. Let's see. We might have to go next door if there is. Oh, I feel like the controller wouldn't have cleared me for that though if there was someone there. I'm ready for a phone number. Mariner, I'm always ready for a phone number, dude. There's always something, isn't there? We didn't do the landing checklist, but it was completed, so that's fine. There is no after landing checklist. Just need to make sure the weather radar is off, which it is. That being said, though, I do feel like that could well have been a top 10 scorer on New Sky, I feel like. The heads-up guidance panel is an enunciator panel. Yes, I did notice that, actually. Yeah, you can see it's enunciating A3 there, which is, I believe, to do with the Cat 3 guidance on the heads-up guidance system. Love how it shows you the horizon there. Shows you the runway outline as well, doesn't it, when you're coming in on an ILS, which is super, super cool, but obviously we didn't get to see that today because I'm the lowly first officer. Right, here we go then. So, taxi lights off. I hope I've not just jinxed myself, by the way, chat, by saying that that's a perfect 10. Mic isn't working. Oh, God, no. That's awful. I suppose you can use text chat, though, so not the end of the world, I guess.
Sounds low, AC5 details and tool set is at 02 and just realized it wasn't hotel, sorry about it.
Welcome to Lisbon, though, guys.
Lisbon ground below. Very good evening, Roger, no problem. Continue taxi straight ahead via Alpha stand 104.
Straight ahead and gate 104, AC5 to goes off. Cheers.
Long live GSX. Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It is one of those. Alright, here we go. 108 and 107. Oh, this actually has a jetway. Crikey, I did not think it had a jetway, this one. Oh my days, them turning. I wasn't even going quick there. We've got a marshaller but a VDGS as well? Is that because Microsoft Flight Sim has spawned the services just coincidentally at the same spot that I was coming in for? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? I'm sorry, Mr. Glowstick Man. I'm not watching you at all. Oh my God, we're coming in quick. Dear oh dear. Right. Was that okay though? We're past the end. But not the worst. What the hell? The jetway is coming on its own. That's a first. Also, I haven't shut down the engines yet. Please calm down. Okay. I think the stop point maybe needs a little bit of work, though, on this GSX profile, potentially. Right, anyway. APU on the bus. Get the APU bleed on because it is warm here. Let's shut down the engines. So, 1 and 2. Get the transponder off. Cool. Right. Lovely. Temperature's not looking too bad in there. Okay, fine. We'll leave the APU on for a minute. Jetway is connected. So we'll request deboarding then, I guess. Fasten seatbelts can come off. We'll get the chocks in place. And the ground power connected. Use ground power. Shut off the APU. Lovely stuff. This is quite a nice scenery though, isn't it, really? By MK Studios. Right, fantastic, guys. Lovely stuff. Matt, take it easy, dude. I'll catch you in the next one. Bye-bye for now. Got whiplash. Where there's blame, there's a claim. Right? Am I right? Oh, I've still got the beacon light on. Okay. Right, let's see on New Sky. It's not a perfect 10, and also we were late, apparently. Wow. I guess it's because of this extra bit of routing that we did here. Whereas New Sky would have counted the time in a direct line. Interesting. Interesting. Anyways, off centerline takeoff. Are you kidding me? I could have sworn we were on the centerline taking off there. That's the only thing we got docked for. That is upsetting. Right, let's see. Let's see. I mean, according to this, yeah, we were off centerline. I felt like it looked like... Okay, Siri, please. It looked like we were on centerline when we took off. I'm fairly certain of that. But, hey-ho. I can live with that. And then the landing, 320 feet per minute, so not the greatest, not the worst. 1.28 G though, that's pretty good. And then yeah, distance from threshold 500 meters, max centerline deviation 2.48 meters, so very nice on the centerline tracking there. And there we go, just after the aiming point. Yeah, not bad, but again, I feel like I need to work on my sensitivity really for the PMDG 737 because I do feel like it is a little bit funky at the moment. I think I need to reduce it basically. So not too bad, $7,000 made, not too shabby at all. Let's see what other flights we've got going on with Fuzz Air at the moment, shall we see? We've got Fraser Dykes en route from Southampton to Belfast. Addon on his way here. Oh, he's landed. Very good. And Raven as well. 8.21. Very nice. Quizzy as well. Got 10,000. That's such a good earner there. How did you manage so much money? 163 passengers as well. Not even full. I guess it's a very desired route that leads to Vilnius. Very good. Right. Well, there we have it, chat. There we have it. Okay, so. Shutdown checklist. Anti-collision light off. Weather radar off. Engine start levers cut off. Parking brake is set. And transponder is standby. Shutdown checklist complete. Lovely job. Right, so watch the replay. Let's do it. Oh no, I've done a thing. That's not good. Oh no. Bear with me. I can't do it well. It's a problem. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All those sounds, and we were just sat on the ground. Just chilling out. Right. How do we get rid of the GPU? Oh, the wire's there. I always mess this one up. Right, let's try again. I imagine it's only you can check everybody's ratings and earnings. No, I think everybody can check the ratings and the earnings. It's just not all of the I think. Let me have a look. I think everybody can see it, I think. Yeah, everybody can see the ratings and earnings, yeah. Yeah, it's just the only difference for my side of things is I can see flights that are in progress, but you don't really get any information from that. So, but everybody can see the ratings and earnings based on and all of the flight breakdown on the flights page on the home of Fuzz Air. Right, let's see if that wire disappears now. There we go. Okay, that's better. Wait for all the photogrammetry to load in here, but let's have a look at that landing. Right, let's just pause that there. Oh, maybe not there because that's got a bit of a bank on it. There we go. That one can go on the flightsim.to page. That's a nice shot. Maybe we go lower down even. Maybe not that much lower down though. Right, let's have a look at the landing then, shall we? Yeah, you can see me raising the nose a little bit there, and yeah, just a little bit too much, and then letting it go because I realise I've done it too much and too early, and then down. Right on the centre line though, absolutely bob on that. It's not too bad, not too shabby. Love that the reverses play back on Sky Dolly as well. Cool. Not too bad, not too great. Not the best, but not the worst. Not the worst. Can I see the total earnings everybody did for the airline? I can see that, yes. That I think is one thing that I can see that you guys can't. Oh, that's another thing. The reverses don't appear to go back in. Interesting. Oh, so many stutters. There we go. They've gone back in now. Yeah, the flaring technique really not that great there. You know, I should have done. I should have just waited. I should have just waited. Screenshot with the beacon light on. Yeah, I think that's something I'll set up afterwards. Potentially. Naughty, welcome to the chat. Mr. Flight doing a return. I'm not doing a return, unfortunately, Naughty, no. Unfortunately, but we do have the Fuzz Air 737 available now, which I know you are waiting for. And someone wanted the approach at night. Tell you what we'll do is we'll play out the stream with the approach from at night, shall we? Let's do that. Oh, we got moon as well. We got the moon. Is the beacon light not on? It's not playing back the power of the aircraft very well, is it? I'll tell you what I'll do, chat, just real quick before we do this, just so we've got the optimal lighting. We'll just do this real quick. There we go. Better. Look at the nav lights on the winglets. I've never noticed that before. Shows how much I fly at night, I suppose. Right, here we go then. This is it, guys. Right. That's going to be it then for me for today. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Yeah, enjoyed getting back in the PMDG 737 as ever. Really, really pleased with the new livery as well. Thank you once again goes out to Anirudh for doing that for us. Hope you guys have enjoyed the stream today. Make sure to drop by to New Sky and pick up the livery. It is on flightsim.to as well. You can just look on flightsim.to, search for Fuzz Air. But once again, guys, I hope you enjoyed. AMD Formula, welcome. We're just wrapping up though, unfortunately, but thank you very much for joining, and to everyone else as well. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you have a fantastic Friday evening and a good Easter. I'll catch you again probably early in next week, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we do see some movement with regards to the Gothenburg update pre-release preview that hopefully should be coming to the channel fairly soon. So stay tuned for that. Hope you guys have a fantastic weekend, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.